Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write Automat, a tool which I can't really show right now because apparently we broke something in the recent updates, so it doesn't build on Windows anymore. But I can show you a trailer. So I've been playing around in Blender this time and trying to switch to Blender as an editing platform, and created a, I think it's called animatic or a mockup for the Automat's trailer. It's still very much incomplete, but I think it's complete enough to show you how it's going to look like. Or maybe I showed it during the last stream, I'm not sure. Anyway, here it is. I will pause the music, pause the birds, and now we can watch the trailer. So the initial sequence shows a grindy game where you have to repeat the same action over and over. Then we get Automat, the macro recorder, which shows up and makes the whole process much faster. And we get some view of Automat, and this is actually how Automat looks if you run it. Showcasing different objects. We will stop for a moment on the hotkey object, macro recorder, then zoom in through the mouse, and then show some difficult macros being performed by Automat. Then show, it's not going to look like that, we will show some kind of screen capture being used to automate a game. And the trailer is going to be a couple of seconds longer because now we will show a ton of objects, assembler, yeah. I think during those transitions we will probably use, because Automat has a lot of objects right now, a ton of objects really. Within the mouse there are, I don't know, 20 mouse objects or something like that. And within assembler we have probably close to 1,000 objects. For each instruction we have a separate object type. So I will try to show the scope of Automat somehow by showing that there are tons of objects around, and then we will switch to this kind of exit. Yeah, and throughout this intro there will be this motif of some evil manipulator pulling the strings. You know, this hand is going to have strings attached, and I am going to play in Blender with some simulations, some string simulations in Blender. Blender can do this, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. This is just an animatic. It just shows the, it's not even a complete animatic. It's like a V1. How it's going to look like. For example, this intro, I think it will probably look differently. We'll bring back the birds and regular music. So in the intro, I think what we will actually show is probably the Skyrim wood chopping. Skyrim wood chopping is very, I think, familiar. I'm not sure if it's familiar to a lot of people, but if you look at it, even if you're not familiar with Skyrim itself, you can see that it's a very tedious, time-consuming animation that the player has to sit through and watch. And you can show the Skyrim day and night cycle to highlight that a lot of time is passing. So that's one idea. Another idea was to show a sort of a zoom out. You would have first a scene where you macro in Skyrim, then the screen zooms out and you can see a ton of other grindy games. And then a text shows up which says gameplay to grindy, and Automat's macro recorder wakes up. And from now on we are in the area of like music video, like everything that happens has to be synchronized to the music. And the music is kind of nice. It has these evil, dark undertones. which is perfect for Automat. Okay, so this is the trailer. The plan for today is to do 3 different things. I wanted to show you the trailer. Maybe I'm doing this the second time, I don't remember. Then I want to talk a little bit about procedures and code reuse in Automat, because right now it's not there. And then once we are done with code reuse, we'll fix some of the things that are kind of left to fix. It will be the coding section. It's going to take most of the stream. Yeah, and that's the plan for today. We are very close to finishing the plan for this year, and we haven't even started December. So I think we may try to add something silly to Automat in December. Something completely unnecessary. Or maybe we'll work on some assembler features. I don't know. We will think about this in next week. Okay, I wanted to talk about code reuse because Automat doesn't have any means of doing code reuse. Before I do this, give me a second. We'll try to fix something that demands fixing. I'm sorry, did I make up this function? This is so strange. So on Windows, there is no syncos. Insane. See, this function is a GNU extension. And I'll work around. I think the optimizer should take care of this. Okay, now Automat should compile. I just wanted to show you how it looks so that I can some background for the stuff that I'm talking about. I will create a new document, actually. It's also be useful. We have this docs directory. It's a design. Let's create a code reuse. So code reuse is a kind of core feature of programming. Like it's something that programmers need to master to write any programs. If you are using end-user programming tools like spreadsheets, code reuse there is kind of hard to achieve. In spreadsheets, I think there is a way to define custom functions, maybe. The way that you would use a code in a spreadsheet is by extending a table and putting some different input into a table. And this is completely not how programmers do it. Yeah, birds. We programmers typically use functions. A function is the basic unit of code reuse, and it's so ubiquitous. It's pretty much hard to think of a different mechanism. Even when you actually come up with different mechanisms, such as objects, for instance, the objects they look kind of like a piece of data with a bunch of functions attached. So it's interesting. It seems that functions are fundamental. Okay, and I will develop on this, but in a moment. There is a different thing which kind of feeds into functions. And this different thing is stack. So to execute functions on a machine, as the way that they are done in C, you need an additional structure called stack, where you put your arguments and return address, and then you can jump to a different function. The function can then parse the arguments from the stack and do some work, put the result again on the stack, and return through the return address to the caller. And this stack is actually one source of inefficiencies in programming. Every time you call a function, you have to basically initialize a bunch of stuff that the function needs internally, and then when you are finishing a function, you need to release all of those resources. So there is this constant initialization and resource reclamation. And lifetime management, yeah, let's say this is fun. And let's say stack is inefficient because if you are calling a function and you want to pass some arguments, you have to follow a very strict calling convention. You have to do some copying to call a function. And there is one more problem with stack, which is maybe even more important than all of those. And it's that when you have modern computers with multiple cores and they execute in parallel, the stack actually kind of stops working, because if you want to call two functions in parallel, which you totally should be able to do. Like, I have like 16 things to do. Let's just call 16 things in parallel. You cannot use the stack for this. This is where you have to allocate the memory for those functions either on the heap or space them on the stack so that they have enough kind of space. It becomes super messy when you start working with multi-threaded programs. You basically, you have to use heap to make it work. And you have to use if you want to allocate and deallocate objects dynamically, you also have to use a maybe not very, but rather inefficient atomic memory primitives. So we need heap and we need atomic memory management. A heap, because if you have two functions that are using the same object and they stop using the object, only one of them can deallocate the object. And you somehow need to make a decision which one is going to do this. Yeah, and we need heap because the problem is not longer a linear problem where we can just append more memory at the end of the stack. I mean, we need heap or some kind of stack forking system. Yeah, there are different ways to solve this other than heap, but yeah, exotic solutions. Okay, I'm mentioning those things because even though today the C language is being seen as this super low level, super efficient way of doing stuff in computer memory, it wasn't always the case. When C was coming out, or even after it came out, even during 90s, early 2000s, people still complained that C is inefficient. That, hey, because we have to keep copying stuff around through registers to put everything on the stack, C was actually criticized for being kind of slow. And there are other ways of reusing code besides functions.
Zefabook says,
Hey, everyone!
Hey, there is one mechanism like that, which I think is going to become the basis for code reuse in Automat. And it is present in modern programming languages, but it is not in all of them, and it is rarely used. It has a slightly bad reputation. This mechanism is called macros. Zoom in. So macros are a little bit like functions, but they have one significant difference is that when you have a function, it's kind of a symbolic reference to another piece of code. If you have a macro, that reference is still there, but it's kind of expanded for you at the place where you invoke it. And because this happens, most of those issues go away. First of all, if you expand a macro, you don't have to initialize inner kind of helper variables within a function because they become the part of the parent function's scope. So within parent functions, they are already initialized. And if you use this macro approach repeatedly for all of the functions in your program, then you get a program where kind of all of the variables are at a global scope. They are still nicely isolated, so they don't create problems, but you completely get rid of dynamic initialization of variables of program state. Everything is initialized before the program starts. The compiler initializes everything and bakes it into the program. There is basically no lifetime management because of this. So the objects which are part of the macros become part of the parent scope, and if we repeat this over and over, everything becomes a global variable. Additionally, when you have arguments and return values, there is no longer any need to copy them around, because if you invoke a macro, if the code is inlined, the code which is inlined can just use the variables right where they are already sitting. You don't have to move them to the proper registers to call a function. A macro can basically take whatever it is and use it to compute the result. And it also kind of pretty much solves the multi-threading problem, because if you have 10 things to initialize, you can statically allocate the memory for those 10 different things. You can just start 10 different threads, and each of the threads knows which memory it needs, and it can only touch the variables that it actually needs. So there is still possibly need for some thread safety, but this macro approach, it simplifies the problem greatly. You still need to, if you want to reclaim a memory, then you have to somehow decide when the memory is no longer needed. So this problem becomes apparent. But it's not such a big issue on modern computers. It's something that can only be really measured. Multi-threading is not kind of completely solved in this world. If we want to access the same resource concurrently, we still need some locking. But the allocation and the allocation, yeah, those things get a lot simpler. So the plan for Automat is to not quite use functions, but something closer to macros. And there is an even more primitive version of macro that actually can be done even in spreadsheets. It can be done everywhere. It's something that pretty much every computer user is familiar with. This other approach, this last approach, the most basic for all of them is copy and paste. So if you have a function that you want to reuse, you take it, you copy it, and you put it somewhere else. It has very similar consequences to macros, except you don't have a single definition. So with macros, you still have a single definition that you can change and it will affect all of the usages. With copy and paste, you break this link. There are places where copy and paste is desirable if you want to make sure that something keeps working the same way, then this is when you should probably do copy and paste. But this distinction between functions and macros and copy and paste, it's actually not such a categorical distinction. It's more like this is a spectrum. And as you move down, a function can be converted into a macro through inlining. If you mark a function as inline, it kind of like becomes a macro. And then when you actually do the mechanical work of inlining a function, like expanding a macro in the program source code, then it effectively becomes this copy and paste. So I think the code reuse strategy within Automat could actually be based on, so instead of starting with functions and then introducing inlining and copy and paste, I think we can try starting from the other side, starting from the copy and paste, and then and then move upwards in this direction. Because if copy and paste is kind of enough to solve a problem, to write a program, then maybe there is no need for a macro or a function. So this is the code reuse strategy I wanted to mention here. And this copy and paste, so there is another thing in programming which I think is different, which functions also do. So there is also the abstraction. And I think code reuse and abstraction are completely different things. You can have abstraction for something that's only used once. So we can maybe create a table. use Emacs. Emacs on Windows is so slow. Or Windows file systems are so slow. So in most of the situations where you have functions and classes, you get kind of both code reuse and abstraction at the same time. But you can imagine a situation where you want to reuse a piece of code, but you don't need really a code abstraction for this. Something that's used a lot, but it's also tweaked a lot. So this is when copy-paste being used. You can have abstraction without code reuse. This is also done like when you have single like classes and functions used only in a single place. So I think this technique of copy-pasting code is totally orthogonal to abstraction. Yeah, when you have a single use function and use it once, and then you use it multiple times, you basically take the function's invocation and copy it over. It's always copy and paste, really. Anyway, I think abstraction is a totally different problem from code reuse, and it needs totally different kind of mechanisms to do it well, like discoverability. Like this is one of the issues with large code bases. You have tons of modules, tons of functions. It's hard to, if you need something, it's hard to know that something exists that addresses your needs. So the solution to abstraction should improve this aspect of programming. It should make it... Actually, there was... I wrote a whole article about this. Memorability, schemability. So if you have an abstracted piece of logic, when you look at it on screen, you should immediately see what it's doing without diving into definition. So the constraints, invariants, all those things should be kind of evident from this object. Yeah, those abstractions need to be fast to use, and so on and so on. I think that functions, because they mix two different objectives, they mix the code reuse and they mix all of those other kind of needs, they are not really good at any of them. Yeah, depending how you work with traditional functions, I guess you could say they are fairly discoverable if you index them properly, if you have some IntelliSense, some kind of fuzzy search through the function repository, but this is rarely the case. This is where I think programming languages are still kind of competing. They're still trying to make functions do a better job in all of those aspects, which is very hard to do if the only tool you have is text. I'm looking for a word for this axis. It's not really more abstract. They are more I could say scalable, but this is not quite what I mean here. Formal. Let's call them formal. Actually, code address should take care of discoverability. The issue with abstraction is schemability, because the goal of abstraction is to hide the irrelevant details of an object. So it should be faithful, so it should be hard to hide important information. And it should appear the way that it appears in your head. this is what should be discoverable, memorable. Abstraction doesn't have to be remembered, but a reusable piece of code has, so. Yeah, it's mostly rhetorical, I mean, semantic exercise here. Okay, so that was basically this topic. We will work on code reuse eventually, and this copy and paste, it offers a very smooth, kind of smooth way to introduce code reuse without making it overly complicated. We'll just have object selection and cloning, and that's it. This is code reuse. And then when we need, we can actually turn this into a macros. You can select a bunch of objects and clone them in a way that actually doesn't clone them, but instead introduces a macro, so that you can still modify the original objects, and it's going to influence the place where they are used. And then proper functions, which are totally isolated, where their memory is allocated dynamically whenever they are invoked. The limitations of those two approaches is that they cannot be invoked infinitely recursively. Yeah, so I think by removing functions and macros from a programming language, we can actually make something that's just very, very intuitive to use. You just copy and paste. Yeah? And then we will add those things like macros and functions. Yeah, they are going to be there. But the basic way of reusing code is going to be copy and paste. Okay. So we covered the trailer. we covered the code reuse. Let's jump into bug fixes. Bug fixes, or not quite bug fixes. There are just some things that Automat still doesn't support on Windows, and it should. I can move my mouse, I can click the mouse buttons, but the mouse wheel is not recorded on Windows, not yet. And there are some bugs with macro recorder here. Anyway, when I play this back, my computer should do all sorts of funny things. It's clicking mouse, it's moving. Actually wonder what it's going to do. Yeah, not much. Okay, so let's introduce the mouse wheel recording. I think somewhere here there should be scroll. Okay, those events are never delivered. But I think we are getting this one. Actually wonder, where is the place where we get raw events? Is it this? This move, where is it called? Here. Okay, so this is raw input mouse, something like that. So if there are button flags, we will call the right button event. Do you see any of those? We will call mouse move. And I want to see how those events look when I use my mouse and when I use my trackpad. Okay, so flags seem to be empty, but we get buttons and button data, which includes the wheel information. Okay, and when what's happening? Oh yeah, this is Windows console. So Windows console is very slow. So I moved the mouse, it was just printing for a long while, the mouse information that it got. So UL buttons, this is probably the important one. And I will try to scroll here. Okay, so this is 197,000 something. This is something, I don't know, 4 billion. Okay, these UL buttons, I should probably print this as so this is used for smooth scrolling. I also want to see this zoom. Okay, so when I use the wheel to scroll, many things start happening. Oh yeah, I used the wrong format string. I think there is something I'm forgetting detail, probably. Where was the scroll amount? In this line here. it seems like everything we need is in those three variables: flags, button data, and button flags. Okay, so button flags, when I'm zooming in or out, it contains this 400 value. And button data contains the amount of scroll. When I use this trackpad, it's the same. It's 400, this is the amount I'm scrolling. When I scroll with this, okay, this is fairly straightforward. Check this. Yeah. 400. Okay, there is also this horizontal mouse wheel. Oh, I think I've seen it actually. Do recording. See, there is a horizontal wheel, potentially. I think I should figure out how to handle this. Okay, so that should record mouse wheel already. Okay, the wheel seems to work, but only in one direction. Something weird happened here. Oh, I see. Because I'm interpreting this as a signed value. Unsigned value is too large. Again. Yeah, it actually looks fine. Okay, so some mice, they actually have this horizontal scroll. It's a separate wheel. And some mouse have a tiltable scroll wheel, which works as a horizontal wheel when it's tilted. This horizontal wheel is probably fairly rare feature, but it should be supported. Give me a sec. How do I sign in? Okay. I need to do something in the browser. Need a second. Okay, that was fast. So the thing is, maybe we should do it today because we are literally just touching this code. So it would probably be nice to have basically all mouse features supported within Automat. Yeah, at least one piece of Automat is going to be complete, and it's going to be the mouse emulation. Okay, and before we go into the horizontal scroll wheel, let's do the vertical one playback. Easy. Easy peasy. DWD. I think it's this one. And I think instead of just multiplying and rounding to the nearest one, I mean, I kind of explain what I mean. I think we should do rounding here. Drugs, time extra info. Okay. It should work. Yeah. It works. Here's a browser, here's Automat. I can start Automat, move my mouse here, and it scrolls the browser. Looks decent. Hey. I would say this can be committed. So first of all, this fixes mouse wheel recording and playback, and this is some notes on code reuse. Okay, I would say we implemented the hard stuff. Let's do the horizontal mouse wheel. I actually have an idea how to do this. So when we have the mouse wheel object, it has those horizontal bars and they show vertical movement. I think for horizontal movement, we will use the same image, but we'll put the bars in a different direction. Instead of going left to right, They will going up and down. And besides that, yeah, have to be the same thing. We'll need to stuff this somewhere in the menu. We have a lot of mouse objects. There are like 15, 16, 17, and if we also count this, 18 different mouse objects right now. This, the main one. All of those. That's good. I think mouse is like probably one of the most important input devices on a computer. So now our mouse wheel is going to have two directions, kind of. We'll save this. It's complaining about stuff nobody cares about. Where do we start? Horizontal wheel. There are a couple different ways to implement this. We could have two arguments, but if you look at the system, the operating system APIs, we never really get any event where two of those coordinates change at the same time. And that would force the implementation to handle this case. We always get either vertical or horizontal wheel event. So in Windows, this is called H-wheel. And how is it called in X11? Just give me the header. So we have different device classes, evaluator types, or no, device classes. So X11 doesn't call this wheel, it calls this scroll. And there are two types of scroll, vertical and horizontal. I'm just checking the terminology. Scroll is a little more general than wheel, because you can scroll on a trackpad without a wheel. Maybe instead of wheel, we should call this scroll. Six usages. So this should be scroll Y. This will be scroll X. So a single notch is more like an hour, because there are 22 hours in this scroll wheel. I literally had to count the values on my mouse. Yeah. Anyway, that should still compile, I hope. Okay, time to implement the other scroll. So I am not sure if a situation like that can happen, just in case. Probably cannot. Probably one off. Incredible. Okay, I should probably do this to do. This is a good point to actually implement this, to merge those two functions. Pointer logger move and scroll Y. On this record motion, we will take a macro recorder reference. Okay, so the first step is to find the track. I will be deleting this as I go. Okay, so the next step is to create a track if it's missing. But this needs to work differently. Vector track. So this track PTR, new track, yeah, it should work. This tends to be different. Mouse move, it's mouse wheel. Let's call this target T. Or receiver T. Okay. There is one last thing we need to add, and this is the this value should be clear from the track T. This merging is done. This is just one error for some reason. I actually need to run this, see the error message. This is one of the C++ error messages which can be messed up. Now it works. This record input event should probably be called on-off event. I could probably make it a template that would probably simplify it actually. And instead of record motion, we'll change the name. Instead of mouse wheel, I will say scroll Y. Override scroll X. The thing is, this is not going to be mouse wheel object, and maybe mouse wheel should be renamed itself. To see if it compiles. Should compile. it compiles. This is all that matters. We are, I think horizontal mouse recording will work. It's just going to connect wrong object right now. And the stuff that I've implemented so far, it looks like actually reasonable. Submit it already. Let's go to this mouse wheel. It feels to me like we should have a single object to do this, but actually, think about this for a minute. Have a single object that has horizontal and vertical mouse movement, and I think that should be possible to visualize this even. Anyway, I will be right back. I don't know, but I can write BRB in Automat. Be right back. Okay, I mentioned that we could have a single object that can scroll horizontally and vertically, and maybe have some adapters that would kind of recompose the vectors and send them this object. Yeah, but I think that wouldn't be faithful to how the systems receive and send events, because they either send you horizontal scroll or vertical scroll. They don't send this as a vector, like mouse movement. Yeah, I think we should replace mouse wheel with mouse scroll Y. Then we will have another mouse scroll X object. Or maybe within mouse wheel, I could have a type, whether it's vertical or horizontal, like a boolean. I'm thinking. Yeah, I think we'll just have two objects. So the other one. This part will have to be changed. Not sure if sync is the right terminology, but okay, so I think the only thing we have to do now is to actually implement the mouse scroll X. I think I will reuse this mouse wheel widget. So we need name, clone on the relative node. And this make widget. When I do this for the mouse scroll X, it's going to be almost the same. The difference is this, H will here, and maybe different detail values here. I would like to make a wrapper for mouse input on Windows. And all of the places where we have send input right now should be moved to this new thingy. Is there any more send input here? Is this? Mouse data 0. Flags is this. And I think here we will just have 6 and 7. I'm not sure if it's correct. Probably is. Okay. I think now it should almost compile. It should just complain about one missing function, and that should be the make widget. Everything else should be here. So now the last thing for the new horizontal scroll is that we need the widget. Okay, make widget.
Harokan says,
What a font!
Hey. He was talking about copying and pasting code, and maybe this is what I should do here instead of having some clever base classes. Let's just call this like that. Why is it complaining now? I see. I would like to fix the issue before copying this code. I will ignore the issue.
Feed it to AI to resolve it.
Yeah, probably AI could help here. But it's not a big thing. I mean, it's faster for me to do this manually. Object weak. Okay, the issue went away. The issue was probably because the compiler was trying to be too clever. It noticed that I'm off by one letter, and it was probably suggesting some... I don't know. I don't know what, actually. Anyway. That should build. The problem is that horizontal scroll is going to be shown as vertical right now in the UI. Otherwise, things should work. We can even try this out. Is... what? Oh. I did not expect that. Oh yeah, I know why it's crashing. It's crashing because it's trying to deserialize object, which cannot be deserialized because its name has changed. I need to delete an old file. Command stay. Delete. Now it should work. Yay. Okay. I can do this scroll, it works. And now I should also be able to do this scroll. Yeah, this is fun. It does work. And look how nice the line looks. It's not choppy, because now I have this high accuracy scroll. High accuracy, it's still stepping here. So it's sending the zoom events to Automat right now. So it's Automat is zooming and unzooming itself. Oops. Went too far. Yeah, actually that's interesting. What happened here? I will try to play this into other app, into Z. Yeah, so the scroll seems to work nicely. Horizontal works as well. The only issue is that it's shown in the same way as vertical. So if I play this, you will see it scrolling up and down and not horizontally. And Automat goes crazy when it receives those events. Okay, I will change the way that this is rendered. I actually have an idea how to draw this. So the idea is that instead of left and right, we will have bottom and top. Okay, so this is it. This is our horizontal scroll. If I will disconnect those objects here, without them actually. De-iconify this. I now play it. Yeah, it will move like that. And about the colors, I think colors should follow the standard coloring scheme that all of the software uses. He wanted to check how Blender does this. X is red, Y is green. I would like to, for the interface, to use very consistent stuff. So I think the mouse wheel, when it's vertical, when it's working in the Y-axis, should probably be using the green color. And when it's working horizontally, it should probably be red. But those colors are already used for, red is used for mouse down. I'm thinking about this because the yellow color is not very visible on this mouse. Thinking about those colors. What do I want? Yeah, I think those should be different colors. Grab color picker. Take this color. Next should be red. Something like that. This is definitely very visible. Yeah, it's a nice red color. And Y should be green. So let's go to green. This green. Standard error message at the end of execution. It's a fairly long error message. Takes a while. The shutdown was okay. It was just, this is just Vulkan complaining about not releasing some memory. This requirement to release GPU resources is actually bonkers anyway. The GPU driver must be resilient to those issues anyway, so yeah. I think the colors are nice now. Red is red like horizontal axis should be. And the brightness is probably different. The red is slightly darker than green. It's not a perceptually correct way to do it. Okay, in the mouse scroll X widget, I will remove those comments and leave a much more important one. I could maybe generalize this function. Who knows? Anyway. There's probably one more thing I could still add. The many. The object should probably be, the new horizontal scroll wheel object should probably be in the mouse menu. That's the point of this mouse object, to give you access to all of the mouse utilities. All 17 of them. So this is what we will change now. This icon needs to be changed.
TP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey, and my menu layout is not quite perfect still. When it's placing two objects, when I want them to be placed kind of horizontally, like that, they are swapped to up and down. Maybe this is how I should place them. What the hell? Something is wrong here. Like some other objects. This one seems fine. Oh, this one is broken. In a very weird way. Very on fire. And do this fancy stuff. That's nice. I had two of them. So I need to connect them like that for this to work. It is glitching out in a very weird way. Only when I look at this. Yeah, there are some bugs here. First, okay, first thing that bugs me is this icon. This icon should showing the wheel. Mouse icon. Yeah, they say you shouldn't use too many booleans in argument lists. It's easy to be beaten by this. I had slightly too many just now. Should be fine now. Yeah, there is a mouse scroll. Okay, so the icon is there. I guess it's fine, it's good enough. Maybe on those objects I could draw the arrow showing which direction it's going to scroll. Not a bad idea. And there is the issue in the menu. The menu for some reason doesn't respect the directions. There's be some crazy bug there. Starting. Like this for a moment. Let's draw the arrow. No, a new vector layer. Scroll X. I wish this was Inkscape. There's some things like point alignment is so convenient. Use very weird tricks like that to align stuff properly. So this is our scroll X object. And those two things, I think we should actually combine them. Unite, yeah. And this is Y, so it should be green. The stuff that I found just now in Krita, Automat building infrastructure is so nice that it actually exports it into C++ path definitions. So now the paths that I drawn here, you can already use them from C++. I will go to one of those scroll objects. Scroll Y. And I will do canvas draw path. Scroll Y. They are not here. I will draw this in black. I will see if it's drawing anything here. Oh yeah, it's probably because I have this clip here. Sorry, I can cancel this. It was actually fine. I just need to do it here. And the same for the other one. It's crazy, compiling this on my laptop is now becoming too slow. That laptop is not old. This green should be darker. I knew it, I knew it. Like that maybe. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, this menu has to be fixed. I wonder, those scroll objects, they are too large, way too large. Something is wrong there. need to go into many and figure out why. Why, if there are only 2 options, it's going crazy. This is our many. Yep. Preferred mode is used to shift some options around and try to compress the menu a little. Yep. So the preferred mode is definitely set to mode 2 directional. If there is no preferred direction, it's going to be placed anywhere, which is not the case for our menu. I will be right back. I think the problem starts when this preferred mode kicks into action. I'm passing south. The value 6. Okay, this should finish cleanly. Could maybe write a many test file. Okay, test is something that can be written by AI. I think this many will have to become public. Yeah, this is where the bug was. We don't need any tests. Linking. It would be nice if we had incremental linking, maybe. Yeah, now it works. And let me change the directions. So that scroll Y should be east. And scroll X should be west. It should produce funny menu. Yeah, we'll make this more straightforward. It will be north, that will be south. So there is a mechanism within the menu which will relocate options if they are not ideally assigned. If I want to put them on east and west, Automat tries to force this so that only north and south are preferred. It's deliberate. It's trying to make the menu system slightly easier to work with, slightly easier to memorize. The idea with the menu system is that when you touch something, when you move down, like the default option should be down. In here, you can move right and then slightly up, slightly down, one of those. I was assigning them to left and right, east and west, and Automat was picking one of them and saying, but we actually want to prioritize up and down, so I will move the option up and down. I will keep this east and west region receptive for the original intended option. Yeah. It will be confusing. I think it's simpler this way. Yeah. It's very fast to create objects like that.
What would one use STD Hive for?
STD Hive. Is this like a name for the C++ committee?
26 feature.
Part of the containers, okay. Sounds cool. I love containers. The one container I would really love to have in C++ is the... in Boost, there is bimap, I think. And in GNU C++ implementation, you have the red-black trees. Bimap is such a common use case. It's when you want to have... it's when you have data which has multiple fields and you want to index the data using all of the... like, not all of the... it's like multi-directional map. Very fun. A collection that uses erased elements memory. It sounds like something that game dev is using a lot. It's like, it sounds like vector to me. Polymorphic locators. So what does it have? Of course, standard 50 constructors. So what can we do? We can emplace, just emplace, no emplace back, emplace front. Looks kind of like actually, I'm not sure what. It doesn't have emplace back, emplace front, just emplace. A little bit like a set, but unordered. But still takes hints for the insertion position. It's strange. Honestly, I think I would probably use this. Sometimes you just don't want to have new and delete being called all the time. It's nice to have something that can allocate some number of instances and then give them to you. And it has blocks. Save limits, block limits. It's in this class. So recently I've been working on errors, and in errors there is a situation like that. There are very few errors in Automat, but when I allocate them, I have to do this in a thread safe way. There are not many errors but they can be created and destroyed all the time. So this has to be slightly optimized. Yeah, it's a strange... I would actually say that the algorithmic containers are probably more interesting. What? But probably everybody in the C++ committee is scared to add any more algorithm-related stuff. Yeah. 14 years ago, that was the last time we got any interesting new container. Oh yeah, I remember another cool one. Again, in GNU standard C++ library, you will have also trees, but not regular trees, trees. The ones where you have long key and you kind of deposit the different pieces of the key alongside the tree levels. So if your key is a 10-character string, the tree will have 10 levels, and at each level of the tree, it will have a single character. Actually, possibly more than a single character, because compressed trees, I don't know how to pronounce this, they can, like the name suggests, they are compressed. They can store multiple key elements at a single level. Tries. We actually implemented horizontal mouse wheel recording. This is slightly more than I expected. Yeah, when there is a day where I add a new object, it's usually a good day. And the last two streams we've been adding objects, an object per stream.
But also our string when using NUCX extensions role-based.
I don't know that. I don't remember seeing rope in C++ anywhere, but I was never really looking for it. GS are valuable at coding competitions because it's a very common data structure actually. Tries. And red-black trees. The nice thing about GNU red-black trees, the ones that you get in the GNU experimental namespace, is that you can actually put arbitrary stuff inside those 3 nodes. So you can enrich them with extra valuables, extra stuff like positional statistics. So when you have an iterator, you can tell, for example, what's the maximum value in a range, or what's the position of this iterator in the container, like the index, without any weird subtractions, stuff like that. Yeah, this has to be fixed. What is going on here? I would bet this is because of scale, because I'm using metric units instead of pixels, and Skia's probably assuming pixels.
Actually, is there any algorithmic difference between linked lists and ropes? I mean, rope will cannot itself to prevent new allocations. Indeed.
I think ropes are kind of complex thingies. You have to tune them a little. Okay, smooth scrolling works both horizontally and vertically, except in Automat. Automat goes crazy when I try to smooth scroll it. I guess that's another bug to fix. I'm looking at how the axes are behaving. They are actually behaving decently. Axes in the tracks. Zoom it a little bit more so that we can see them. So those tracks, they should be rescaling themselves to fully show the contents of the path.
Vu Fancero just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. There is some stuttering in the UI. It's not just on stream. I see this on my screen. Timeline seems to run at 60 FPS, but the mouse objects, I feel they are not always hitting 60 FPS. Yeah. So this is the plan for next stream. I am not doing this. Okay, it's kind of getting dark already. So yeah, see you on Wednesday. Bye bye. Stop this.